Hello everybody, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in, I appreciate it. Starry with the first, hell yes. Tora with the second, Axel with the third. Welcome in. Hi. I hope you're having a good one. I'm doing okay. I'm okay-ish. I'm on an up right now. I'm doing well. I'm getting better, so it's good. Ooh, 25 stream streak. Hell yes. Y'all are freaking crushing it with these streaks lately. What the hell? It's almost like y'all want to be here and coming in and hanging out. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to hear that you're sick, man. Hope you get better. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna lie. It came on pretty suddenly. I was feeling great. What day was it? Was it Wednesday? I was feeling fine on Wednesday. Yeah, it's almost like I want to see my friend. Shut up! You talking all nice about me, coming in here being all friendly. Yeah, Wednesday, I felt great for the most part. I went to work, and someone just said to me, like, hey, are you feeling okay? I was like, yeah, I feel fine. Why? And they're like, well, your face is red. And I'm like, oh, I don't think that means anything. I think I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a little flushed for some reason. And he's like, oh, okay. And then, like, throughout the next few hours, I just started to get congested and then started to feel crappy and just started to go further into whatever this cold was. And I was like, I turned to that guy later. I was like, I think you're right. I think I'm sick. And he's like, you sound so sick right now. And I was like, oh, okay. So Thursday I woke up and I was just fully in it the whole way. I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, I'm sick. Yeah, it happened to me too. Yeah, it happens. Cactus friend. That's me. Go cactus. Yeah, so that's what happened. Body aches the next day, stomach bug. Yeah, I don't know what this was. This is like full congestion. It wasn't even like I didn't have a sore throat. I wasn't feeling like stomach sick or anything like that. I just was fully congested. I thought maybe it was just allergies because on the West Coast we've got like blooms and stuff happening. We've got leaves starting to pop up on the trees, and that's usually when it hits. So my menstrual was replaced with stomach bug. Oh no! Like it went from one thing into the next. Oof. Hey Miss, how you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's rough. So yeah, I don't know. I think it was just like a head cold that just came on really strong. Yesterday, I did my hours in the morning for my animation job, and then I was just kind of like, I don't have energy. I'm just gonna go lay down, and I passed out for a while. I just took a bit of a nap. Went from endometriosis. Oh my god, endometriosis to stomach bug. Gosh, that's rough. I'm all right. I'll be lurking. Thanks, miss. I appreciate you lurking. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. And then today, I just took it easy. I feel a lot better now, but just like I had a shift at my other job today, and I could tell just like an hour into my animation job, I was like, I'm not gonna have any energy to go to work tonight. So I did my hours in the morning, and then I called in sick today because there's no way that I would have had the energy to get through a shift. I would have been home. I'd be home in like 30 minutes if I had gone to work today, but I can tell you right now, I'd probably be asleep on the train on my way back home. But, hopefully you're getting hydrated. Everyone is sick. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I did have a drink that I prepared and have apparently left it in the kitchen. So I'll probably take a moment in just a minute here and go grab it. But just, I figure we'll keep things cool today. We're going to keep things just chill and do some 999. I say chill. I know that I'm going to be, like, losing my mind over, go get that drink. I promise I will. I'm going to be losing my mind over theories and ideas of what I think is going on. But I'm not going to be, like, struggling to battle monsters or beat up thugs. So yeah, I think it'll be good. It'll be a little bit of a slower, chill way to do things. I'm gonna go have to get. Well, I'm very good at English. You can see how good I am at English. I'm gonna have to get back to bed. Good night, everyone. Take care, Starry. I hope you have a good rest. Have a good sleep. I'll see you later. So yeah, we're gonna do some 999. We'll be This is why I'm doing 999 and not Monster Hunter or Yakuza. It's gonna take me a minute to get moving in my brain, but yes, we're gonna be doing some 999 to keep things a little bit more chill for now, and I think it'll be a lot of fun getting some more answers. I'll go as long as I can. So if I have some energy, I might go late into the night. If I don't, I'll probably call it a little bit early. Either way, we're gonna have some fun and figure out what's going on in this ding dang place. Going down these freaking paths and trying to figure out what, like, put all the pieces together. If I remember correctly, we went into a room. I have to catch my breath a little bit. Went into the first room because we took the 5 door this time, and we went in with 7 and Snake, and we ended up doing a first class room and a casino, and that's when we learned that 7 has amnesia. We knew that he had amnesia from the other path, but this is where we learned it, and he again told everybody else beforehand. We also know that Snake has sort of an echolocation thing going on, because even though he's blind, he's still able to kind of figure things out from his environment as he moves around. Kind of goes based on the sounds that are bouncing off the walls back to him. So very echolocation. We also know he has great reflexes. That's something else that we learned. And then we did the number 8 room with Lotus and Clover, and we found out Clover knows how to hack into computers. Sorry, Lotus knows how to hack into computers. Also, she brought up something about the idea that because the monitor that we were connected to didn't have a computer directly connected to it, Junpei was like, well, there's no way that the monitor is going to display anything. It's not connected to a computer. And Lotus is like, well, don't worry about that right now. Let's plug it in and see what happens. And we plugged it in, and it was, in fact, connecting to something. And she's like, well, it's probably a wireless monitor. It can connect to whatever computer through Wi-Fi or whatnot. And then she started suggesting that maybe that's how some people work. And she was using 7 as an example, that maybe had amnesia because the person that is actually connected to him maybe isn't able to connect right now. What the heck? Hype train immediately. Axel with the 5 gifted subs while I'm in the middle of like lore dumping. Oh, See the Rainbow. I have no idea who See the Rainbow is. Germs, yes. Nobunaga. Great. Nobunaga did some Monster Hunter with us. Tora and Mist both got gift subs. I hope you guys enjoy the emotes. Level 2. Holy shit. Is this because there's a sale on gift subs right now, Axel? Or is it just because you wanted to? But thank you. I appreciate the 5 gift subs. I hope you guys enjoy the freaking subs. Enjoy the emotes and all that. Both. Okay. I'll take both. It's just like through my long-winded explanation of things. Anyway, it seemed like Lotus was making connections to something that we had learned from Clover in our last playthrough, where it seemed very much like the same kind of thing, where Clover was saying that things that were happening in one location were connected to what was happening in another location. And that was sort of what Lotus was explaining. And it made it seem like, oh, maybe she has something to do with the experiment. And Clover mentioned that Snake was in an accident when he was younger. It was in a car accident, and does not have like an arm, like that. His left arm, I think, is fake. So that's interesting. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate you. Ding dang coming in here being all nice. I'm gonna be grumpy about compliments tonight. There's nothing you can do about it. Ah! Okay, alright, I'll go get my water. And we'll get into 999. I'll do a stretch on my way as well. Here, let me switch over. I'll switch over for now. We're gonna switch over. I'm gonna do this. Oh, we're in the large hospital room. Yes, we're gonna load from here. Resume a new game.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Right. I was trying to decide if we were going to skip this part and just get to the doors or what we're going to do. All right. I'm going to be back in a moment. I'm not even going to switch screens. I'm just going to run and grab my water. I'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you, Axel, for hydrating and stretch. Axel, thank you so much for trying so hard to throw compliments. No! Sarah! You can't come in now and start throwing them. What the heck? Wait, what the hell? I have drinks. Thank you. I'm opening up my bubbly. I got a Coke Zero for a little bit of caffeine and energy. Hi, Sarah. How are you? I also have my big thing of water. I also have some candy. Just because I'm sick don't mean I can't have no candy. I hope that was loud and disgusting. That's a lie. I don't want it to be loud and disgusting. I don't want to gross you out. What kinds of candy? They're called Tangy Zangy. Sour wild fruit squares. They're like a mix between taffy and just like sour fruit by the foot, or like fruit roll up. What's the best word for it? I don't know. They're little candy, chewy squares. They're not even squares. Well, okay. I guess they are specifically squares because they're flat. I almost dropped them. They're not cubes, so I guess they are in fact squares. Have you ever had like the rainbow fruit roll-ups? They kind of look like mini versions of that. But also like, they're not sour. You say that they're sour. These are anything but sour. I wouldn't even say that they're tangy. They're okay. They were like $1 at the corner store, so I got them. This one's like, this is like a big chunk of them all like stuck together. They really are in no way impressive as a candy. That's probably why they were $1. Here. Here, I'm going to show you what I got. This is what I got. This is the candy I'm eating right now. And it is super not great. Ooh, yeah. Like, they're not bad. Like, are they clearly only worth $1? Yes. Like sour belts, but chunks. Yeah, and not sour. Just like... I don't know what else to say. They're not bad. They're just not impressive. You know, what's a go? Like, does that make sense? Wait, why are we at level 3 gifts? Why are we at level 3 suddenly? Did I miss something? Did you do another 5? Syrup, you did 100 bits. What the hell? I see we have a hype train. Oh my god, what are y'all doing? And then another 5 gift subs. Winghammer? Winghammer, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What the hell? Fun size, charming rook, Dizzy Pixie, Tomomori, and Lowitz? Is that how you say it? Thank you, Winghammer. What the heck? I didn't even see that. I'm so sorry that I even freaking missed that. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't worry. Don't pay attention to this. Shh, guys. Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. I don't see nothing. I see nothing. Okay. Sure. Anyway. Thank you so much for the gift subs. That's so nice. Y'all coming in here being super freaking cool. Oh, I'm opening this. What is this about? I kind of like it. Okay. Let's go ahead and, while I eat these somewhat fine but not great candy. This is a massive chunk of candy that I'm just going to chew on while we do this. If I remember correctly...
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8.
I would like... Okay. No. Hold on. I want to go... Yes, here we go. Did you know there's a Discord avatar frame that has feet? Why though? But why? I just took a big bite in this chunk of candy. Just thought you'd like to know. Yeah, but why though? Like, me trying to figure out what's going on here with these. Like, is this just a because thing? You know what? I don't think I want to find out right now. I feel like I'm just playing with fire. I think it's meant to be a meme. Oh. I guess it's so you could do an avatar and then just put feet under it? Like, is it just like 2 little feet at the bottom? Either way. Okay, we're gonna listen to Ace.
You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory.
Yeah.
And then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
Let's see if I can find a picture. Okay. So, at this point, we haven't found out that there's a body behind door 3 yet. Right? He looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
But he shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
That's pretty good. Seven smile.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room.
Right, because we found the key in the operating room when we went through door 7.
Here.
7 tossed something small and metallic toward Junpei.
Whoa.
Nice catch.
Oh. I'm looking. Oh. I see. It's not quite what I was expecting. It's almost like somebody holding their chin. Like if you're like laying on the ground, you have your elbows on the ground and your chin in your hands. Yeah. And then your feet are behind you. So I think you're supposed to put a face there to kind of fill the frame. It's animated too. Your profile pic, yeah. Weird. That could be a lot of fun, but that could also go in the wrong direction very quickly if you're on the wrong server.
Jeez.
Somebody could put a cursed image there so easily. He caught it and found the object was a key. Well, he told us it was a key.
I
There's
see.
Jupiter key.
So this is Jupiter.
On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, on it.
Well, I've got something for you too then.
Oh. I'm tempted to buy it, but it's such a meme. I mean, go for it. Why not?
Here, it's the Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Right. We didn't go through the kitchen. So we managed to go through the 2 areas that had keys last time. What the hell? But we went through one area that had a key. But that was the key that opened up the gate that we needed to get through. It's like $6. Jeez. Well, you know.
Yeah, on it.
With that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
So how many unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key you just gave me. And the Saturn key card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
Why does everybody trust Junpei? Is he just because he's the main character, he's our character? Everybody's just like, Junpei's cool. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. He's just the college kid that everybody trusts.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then,
brings
next
us
to the
back up.
stairs,
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like she looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. That was the other thing that I felt was weird about last time, is that Junpei was trying to be very reassuring to Clover, like, when she got stuck in that room, he was very much like, we're gonna make sure to get you out of there, you can trust me, I want to make sure that you get out too, you have my word. And she was very much like, there's like this very sudden shift of what's the best word, just like this affection that she didn't really have for Junpei before, was suddenly showing, almost like she was just like, oh, thank you, Junpei. Like, you would see that in anybody who was like, hey, you're looking out for me. Thank you so much. But it was like more than that. Like, thank you, Junpei. And I was like, anybody who has that much like of a shift makes me nervous and uncomfortable. So she's now on my list of suspects for people who I think could have possibly done a murder of a certain man who was chopped in the belly with an axe. But I don't know how that is even possible, because I don't know how she would be able to get there, considering it's behind a locked door. But at the same time, how could anybody other than Santa at this point? So she's at the very bottom of that suspect list. But I mean, maybe there's something I don't know about. She also has connections to the experiments. Well, she was an experiment just like this. And so part of me thinks, what if that dude had something to do with it? You know? Well, now that puts both Snake and Clover on it, because they were part of the experiment. We're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
I'm just getting myself into like these weird loops that I'm just like, oh, I don't know.
Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. Next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Looked like 7 was doing them too. The last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
I like that Ace has sort of this unassuming forcefulness. Like, he doesn't have to be harsh or aggressive. He's just like, you're gonna come with me. And people are like, okay. So it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover that lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
We know it's behind
Careful.
door 3.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Uh-huh.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
Door open and Ace, Clover, and 7 jump through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather
Well,
confused.
it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
We're gonna go explore while the others are doing that, so that way we can make up some time and discover what's behind the locked doors that we all have keys for.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
Where are we in this? We're still here. Okay. We're gonna go through this. I think it's just a good way to kind of catch up a little bit. They're at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Sorry if I'm noisy with this bag,
Yeah, on it.
but I need the sugar. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice, sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. But, it's a ship door, so it's only going to be so quiet. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Yes. I mean, this is what we selected last time.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
Or playing us.
This.
Junpei pulled two things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. Excuse me. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa?
Excuse me. I have a little bit of a hiccup right now. Probably from just eating a bunch of sugar. Excuse me.
On C deck, where we are now, there was a
Pardon
big
me.
elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So the two keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into two teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Excuse me. Pardon me, thank you.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided. Two teams split up. Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
The light on the upper left corner blinked to life.
Great! It looks like it's working now.
All right. Now, how do I call the elevator?
There's a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
Door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Just gonna check real quick. Nope, never mind. I have to wait till this scene is done.
It opened. Look, Jumpy.
Can I do it now? I can. Okay, so we're still in this part. I'll just try to keep track of where things are, because it'll help me. Because we have right here. See, this is where I'm curious, because we have this right here. I don't know which door is which. That's the problem, because we have, I think it's a 6 and a 2 door that we didn't go through last time. Because didn't we go through the 1 door? Gosh, I wish I had a better memory of everything we did. We went through the 1 door because that was the one door that it's confusing now. Door 1 was the only door that we didn't see. We had seen door, did we see door 6? Or did we? I think we saw door 6. We didn't. I don't remember if we saw door 2 right now either. I guess we're gonna find out. June's voice is excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait.
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. They could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized that he'd seen elevators on A or B, hadn't seen elevators on A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks, past the water.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes. I guess
Sarka, how's
did.
it going? Welcome in. How you doing, Sarka?
It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
I am in pain. Movie is exhausting. Oh, I don't doubt it. How is the moving going? Has it been, has it been good still? I understand the exhaustion, but has it been a good move?
Oh, right. They are.
She looked around the elevator slightly
Well,
embarrassed.
let's test it.
Tested.
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. Door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. I wish it was going better, but it's not bad. Well, that's good. Not bad is still good. It's better than terrible. But I hope it gets easier for you. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
Pulled out his notebook and pen, which sounds an awful lot like a marker, and sketched out a rough illustration. Also looks a lot like a marker.
So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his fingers against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap, it closed.
The door had shut. He and June were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
It's such a well-read one. Ah, jeez. The elevator stopped, and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business, or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
We'd probably die.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then...
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
I feel like those iron bars are pretty wide openings, right? Like, somebody small like June could probably fit through them.
Right.
Then maybe...
I bet Junpei's probably small enough to get through one, too. In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well,
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
it looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
A 6?
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. We were going through door 6, right? Before long, they found themselves in front of the door, where it was a number. On it was a number written in bright red paint.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back towards C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me.
Where did we see the number 2 door?
Huh, so you guys found door 1.
They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
Did we find 3 new doors last time? And I just don't remember? Because we had found the 6, the 1, and the 2, didn't we?
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Or do I not remember? Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Guess we'll
Even
find
so,
out.
it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
If somebody had money, they could
Yeah.
do it.
I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
Lord
Would have been a
Gordain.
ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
The Gordains.
Yes, it does make sense.
That's how it made them all go quiet for a moment. Okay, thanks guys. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance, said nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8, 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Impetuous was the word I could suck on for some reason. That is not even here. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
Seven was trying hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
Just trying to add to the tension. It was as if the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and they headed for the door number 3.
Wait! Not
Number
that
3
way.
door.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. Left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
I still think he went back to the room that had the safe in it. Snake, by the way. Sorry. I just need to click something over here. Give me a moment. Sorry, just hold on a moment. There we go. Thank you. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as Seven said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it
Well,
open.
let's keep going.
How are we doing here? We're not even on to the next part yet. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as I said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. Excuse me, it was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
Kaz's been super anxious? Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, any kind of, like, moving can be anxious just in general for people, so I can imagine it's probably not the most fun. I hope Cal's doing okay. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. Was that there before? Did I not see that before? Did I see that before? LR. LR. Is that LLR? Is this... Did I not see this before? LLR. Is that a 4? 6? 5? Am I just seeing things now? L? That's a dot. Okay. Hold on. L.L.R. dot. And then this looks like a 6. This looks like a 4. And then this looks like a 5. Right? Does this look like a 5? This looks like a 5. This definitely looks like a 6. This definitely looks like a 4. L. This looks like the important thing. I think these are just like sprays of blood. L.L.R. How did I not see that before? Maybe that's something I would have seen coming through. That might be for a puzzle. I'm just saying things. I'm just saying a lot of things right now. I put that there. Oh, Sarka. You're causing confusion. There's blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. Left, left, right. It's the cheat code. Oh, of course. Here. Left, left. Oh. I don't think it worked. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
Excuse me.
But
Please, just do me a favor, okay? All right?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked towards the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. Man, I should have gone through door 3. But I wanted to keep the suspension, you know? Who knows? You never know. What if... Oh, I'm so excited to go through door 3 first next time. So I see the cactus is sick. Yeah, I am a little bit. Thank you for attacking, though. Maybe you'll hit the cold out of me. You slice me, the cold falls out. Ah, better. That's how it works, right? They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse into his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. Hope you get better soon. Thanks, JJ. I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well for you. It's nice to see you. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Flesh spaghetti also, I guess, would be correct. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like he said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just
Goodness.
like the Ninth Man.
Here, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Thank you for waiting.
The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
Yeah, so it's the left arm. So this is why Clover had reacted when Junpei described the body to her before, because he had mentioned that the bone was protruding from the left arm, and that was when Clover's like, wait, there's a bone coming out of his left arm, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, and she's like, he's not dead, Snake is alive. So we know now why. We know now why she reacted that way. We have an ad. We have an ad starting up in about a minute. About a minute, just so you know. So yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. Excuse me. Now, the thing that I'm wondering, I guess at this point, we know that the body isn't Snake's at this point, but the characters don't, of course. So they wouldn't recognize that it's not Snake because they don't have the information that we have. But is he like wearing clothes that Snake was wearing? Or is it possible that it's just such a mess that they can't distinguish anything other than body? His bracelet lay next to him. Is there any way we could check the bracelet to see what number was on it? It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Never mind.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
There you go. It was enough, like, everything's so destroyed that they couldn't tell anything about this person.
Yeah, you Can't even tell who it is.
There you go. That's why I'm so suspicious. That's why I was so suspicious before. His head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. See, but the question at this point is, who is this? Who is this person? Because we know 9 died, apparently. There's enough evidence for us to be like, yeah, this is 9. If it was, maybe there's something, maybe there's more to that we don't know about. But who is this person? How is there a body here if we know that it's not Snake's? Who is this? His clothes are too covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei. Okay.
Mistake about it. It's Snake.
So he was wearing whatever Snake was wearing. Oh my god. I mean, I know that I'm asking questions and receiving answers right away. But like, this is just... Oh, I'm glad that we're doing this again. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. Oh man, this is why I'm like pieces, you know, putting the pieces together. Squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. This is where... Nope, this is not the switch. Okay. It sounded like a noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked more like a ghost than a living human should. Okay. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breath was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Now, see, at this point, we had given her... In our last playthrough, we had given her the Clover bookmark. That Santa had given us, but we didn't get the Clover bookmark, so we didn't have the ability to give it to her this time.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued. See, this is where they bring into the idea that there's somebody within the group who did the murder and kind of starts getting people questioning each other.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone.
It had to be 2 people. And I think Clover asked us in the captain's room if somebody did murder Snake, the 2 people, or the people likely to do it, was most likely 2 people, because the more people you have, the more likely that somebody's going to be against it. But it had to be at least 2 people, because it would have taken 3 people to open the door. And we had worked out that Snake, Lotus, and Santa... Wait, was it Snake, Lotus, and Santa? Yeah. Snake, Lotus, and Santa could have opened the door. And it was most likely those 2.
We waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up.
At least that's what we thought. We kind of mentioned, we said that was the most likely situation.
He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead.
And we had already eliminated the idea that it was us, because we know we didn't do it. Junpei didn't. It was highly unlikely that Snake's own sister would do it, and Junpei and June are so close that Junpei's not going to put that suspicion on June by any chance.
It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door, and then 81 seconds after he was shoved in. That happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Any of us.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
We're all suspects. June seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero.
Well, that's even more reason why we should be suspicious of Junpei at this point. Junpei. We're Junpei. Of Santa at this point, because we know Santa. If Santa... Okay, let me put it like this. We are more than certain at this point that Santa is Zero. When we got to the end of the last playthrough, Santa held a gun to June, took Lotus and June through the 9 door, and was it just Lotus and June? I keep forgetting it at this point. Oh. Yeah. It had to be, was it Ace, Lotus, and June? Ace, Lotus, June, Santa. Yes, okay. He took Ace, Lotus, and June through the 9 door and kept 7, Clover, and I from going through. Which means that when we have Snake, we can all go through the other 9 door. But this is very clearly like either Santa is Zero and is the mastermind behind all of this. Especially like when we got to the end, saw like the sort of the to be continued credits. I did like little bunny ears like credits. It's like kind of confirming that this was all Santa. But part of me still wonders, is Santa Zero? We don't know for sure that Santa is in fact Zero. We just know that he's in some way involved. Whether he's directly involved and is the mastermind, or if there's something more behind it that we need to kind of still uncover. But we know that he's likely the one who did the murder.
He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us.
Whoever the dead body is behind 3.
Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered that. Unless there was some situation where Snake and 2 other people, at least, were confronted by someone. And they opened the door and pushed that person through. But then, like, how is Snake alive? Like, where did Snake go? I don't know.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Yeah. Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Of course. Of course he was. That was obvious.
But I don't.
Zero was somewhere on the ship, but the only thing that I can think of outside of that is that is Zero behind that door, and that somebody figured out that that was Zero, pushed him through. But that doesn't really make sense. I don't know. I need to know who that person is. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost some thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Unless somehow Snake is Zero. But I don't know. That seems a little bit obtuse. I don't think it really makes sense. Suddenly everyone went very quiet. Silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosty moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was cold and a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Mm-hmm. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Thank you for hydrate, Thora. I do hydrate. I was gonna hydrate with Coke, but I'll do it with bubbly. I started from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? That's possible. That's great. That's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason. And what's that?
The bracelets.
He held out his left arm.
Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the Nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and look to the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Seven, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that.
All right then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed
Yes, something
Oops.
like that.
Who killed Snake?
I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Seven and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. We're still in the first part, okay. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
I'm really glad we're going through this again, because this is really... it's helping feed into my theories.
His motives.
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because,
Junpei chunked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
Rude.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
Ace, get on my side.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
I don't think your face is enough to go on. That's unnecessary.
Ah,
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him, and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else, to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, a reminder. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. Seven, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
you're
Of
right,
course.
but
It's trusting with knowledge that there's more to what's going on than what's in front of them. Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. Seven and Clover remained silent, similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
our next destination is Mercury.
The number 2 door.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right.
Thank you for reminding me.
Here it is.
And we're still in the first part. Okay. It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the 2 elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
Right.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
So when we go through door 3 later, we'll find this key card as well.
I think Seven said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Okay, I remember now. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
I guess so.
Jumpy, I know it's only the 2 of us, but let's do our best.
Always.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
I can't help it, okay? That's the one thing that I find is... I felt so suspicious about before. Because very much like when we first went through the first room with June at the very beginning of her first playthrough, she was very much like, you know, flirty and like affectionate. And it made me like all my red flags, all the red flags kind of go up, right? But the thing that with June is that it's been consistent. It isn't something that turns on and off. This whole time she's been like this. Now, it could easily be a long con, and she could easily, you know, maybe she's Zero, and Santa works for her. And the whole, like, ploy, like, the whole thing at the end where Santa pulled a gun to her head, it was all part of, a bigger plan that we don't know about. Who knows? But, like, it's hard to not trust June at this point because of how consistent it is.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
At the same time, she could totally be playing this.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
Two-door.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about the excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
One, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
If at any point there's like a pause and I'm just like quiet for a minute, just assume I'm either blowing my nose or coughing and try not to put it on mic. Pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's leg. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
We know that this is all part of a trick. Okay, we're in the second part now. I'm assuming that this is where we would come to had we decided to jump ahead. I want to go with door 6 this time. That's the one that June and I found together the first time. Well, Santa and Lotus were looking for the other one. We already know it's through door 1. I want to go through door 6 this time. Door 2 feels like the, I don't know. This feels like door 2. And it ends so abruptly compared to this, you know? Like, these both go somewhere, and then this... Like, I don't even know what's... I think we need whatever's here to be able to get to here. And I don't even know how this splits. So I don't even really know what's going to happen here. You know? I don't know. I'm curious.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Yes, you can. Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Oh no, I'm having thoughts. Part of me is wondering what happens if we go through door 1 again. I think I'm gonna go through door 6 anyway. I'm just wondering because we know what happened. Excuse me. We know what happened with. We know what happened with Clover when we gave her the bookmark. We did not give her the bookmark this time. So what happens if we go through the door knowing that that bookmark is not available? Questions that we had for her before that she told us stories about, all that doesn't exist in this playthrough. So if we went through door 1, what would happen?
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
I think I'm gonna go through door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But...
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
I like that that's the part she points out. She doesn't care that she was called a grandma.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency?
Also, who the fuck are you to judge, Seven? What the hell, man? You have no right to call her out on what she's wearing. She's wearing what she's wearing. Get off her.
Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus's hair flared out.
Oh, not good.
While the mane of an angry like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, have been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near central staircase. So Clover requested door 1 as well. And that's where Man with Axe was found. So that's also, but she came in with us.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
I kind of want to do door 1 again. This is the door at the bottom deck and can be reached taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. Yes.
Santa and June requested door 6.
Yeah. This is the door on E deck and can be reached by taking the elevator to the central staircase down. We have an ad happening in about 30 seconds, just so you all know.
The door I should choose is...
Took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the seventh piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
I can come back.
I want to go through door 6.
Oh, I don't know. Now I kind of want to do 1. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she
None
said.
of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, they spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. No, I really want to go through door 1. I feel like there's going to be so much that we learned from Clover not getting the bookmark. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so.
I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind.
Hold on a second. There's 6 endings. There's 5 here. I think we need to see all of the endings to be able to get to the other ending. And I think to get to the final ending, we need to have all these keys. We need this. So everything I did originally, we would have had to do either way, but I think we have to do it again in order to find out what happens after this. This is the final ending, but until we do all the other endings, we don't know what happens at the final ending. Oh my god. That means we have to do this again. And we have to go the other way because this, we need to know what happens here if this. Okay.
This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
That's fine. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
7, Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Now they're fine with it.
All right then, we're good to go.
They just tried to kill each other, but now it's fine.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
How does he call her a grandma? She looks like she's, I don't know, 20, 22.
Yeah, be careful.
Also anime, though, so I guess...
We should get going as well.
See, he looks like he's 50, but he's probably like 31. If this is anime logic, right? At last, Junpei and the other 6 managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed toward A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long straight hallway. Yep. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Then let's get to it.
one by one, they put their palms over the red. Has Santa been in... Hold on a second. Has Santa been in every single room that June has been in? I think June and Santa have been in the same rooms ever since. Like the very beginning. Oh, snap, I just was gifted a sub. Yeah, hell yeah. Saw that you streaming. Yeah. How's it been going? I'm doing well. How you doing, G-Man? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm a little sick at the moment, but I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing well. I'm very busy lately. I've been very busy. That's what's going on with me. The door opened. And all at once, the four of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication, one by one. What if I just sat on that screen for 81 seconds? Would we all blow up? Thank you.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
I'm doing all right. Glad that I'm on my 2 days off now. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, you are. I hope you enjoy it. I've got technically a few days off, but my other job I have to take some time to do some note taking and gather some info for my team. Sorry to hear that you're sick. Glad you're doing all right still. Yeah, thanks. I should let you know I picked up another job, so I'm still working at the my not favorite one, but I've also got an animation job that I'm working on part-time. I'm only doing 15 hours a week for it, but I'm in a supervisor position, so you know I can't complain. So technically I'm doing well at the moment. So the countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Yeah, it seems like you've been pretty busy. How's work been treating you? Work's okay. We're moving to the new store very soon. Next week. Literally my schedule for next week starts at the new store on Wednesday. So I technically have Monday and Tuesday to just focus on animation, which is good. Oh yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet gig. I can't complain. I had to spend a lot of time looking at rigs today and making some notes, and I need to kind of take the weekend to do the same thing, but a little extra time isn't going to hurt. It's just going to put me in a good place and help our team get on track. So, yeah. But, you know, busy is busy. Can't complain. I mean, I can't complain, but I'm not going to because at least, things are better. So
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
this is a good place to be because this is going to help kind of put another thing on my resume, which hopefully when things are back up and going with animation will start getting me more work and I can focus full time on animation again. And, spend a little more time streaming the hours I want to stream and, watching the people I want to watch stream more.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done. The mood turned somewhat lighter. I guess the mood's a little bit lighter because we're not as, like without Clover here, we're a little bit more chill. Can I just ask, is the volume okay? Is everything good? I don't know if I should turn it up or not. It seems a little low maybe. But just let me know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right. I am hoping that this is a good door. With the attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. I'm going to pop a window because it's warm in here. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
Ooh, this feels like a boiler room? Volume is okay on my end.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar and that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Ooh, engine? It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
It looks like an engine room? Santa got out a few words before Oz stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh. Could be 2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
Oh, June pointed out the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
It's not terrible. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding crisscrossed the whole that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although it didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit 1 person.
You're right.
Nearby was an iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them. If you don't know what kamaboko is, it's like a fish cake in Japan. It's whenever you see what's the best description? It looks like, you know, when they do the long cylindrical, like half cylinder cakes. That's what she's talking about. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I'm just gonna show you. Kamaboko, or like, it's a type of thing. I am more disappointed in myself than ever with that description. Here, I can show. There we go. I can show this. This is what kamaboko is. It's like a type of fish cake, and she's talking about this shape here. So if you look, the shape of the cylinder, this room here, she's saying looks a lot like this. Like this here. So that's what kamaboko is. So thanks for the wonderful explanation. Well, you know, I tried my words failed me, so I just went with the image. I thought that was a better choice. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around towards the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom?
I mean, he's not wrong about it either. It does look a little bit like the cross-section of a mushroom.
Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam.
He's talking about like a white mushroom, basically, or like, you know, like a button mushroom.
The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was as silent as the grave.
All right, let's split up.
Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, are you all right? He dashed towards her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. It probably is.
Ay.
But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me.
I honestly didn't think this was gonna come back. Poppers, welcome in. Thanks so much for the hydrate. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good one, Poppers. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I honestly didn't think this is going to come back. I thought that she had reacted that way because she had seen the body. But this now makes... now I don't know.
I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Are we going to be solving a room without her? Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay. Here, sit down. Careful.
She's tiny as hell. Look at Junpei compared to her. She's so small. I thought she was a little bit taller than that. But she's very tiny. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she had no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking that seemed difficult for her. Excuse me. I had a pretty good day, but my headset snapped into 2 pieces, so yeah, oh no! Did you do the thing where you try to hold it together with like duct tape or something and try to keep it like just a little bit longer, or is it like done? Is it like done? I'm sorry that happened. That really sucks. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight his knuckles, whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
That's tomorrow's project, to wrap it in duct tape. Yep, been there, done that. I understand that.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
All right, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She made a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Alright, here we go. Find a way out. Seek a way out. That's what I said. Seek a way out. Alright, we have the steam engine room. It looks like it's just one room. It's hard to tell what we're looking at from this angle. Some boxes and barrels over here. I don't really know what's going on here, or in these sections. This seems to be the only thing that I can tell. Some crates and some barrels. Maybe some sandbags of some sort. I'm sure we'll find out in a moment. Alright. Looks like we have a conveyor belt. Conveyor belt. We also may have some something here. Let's see. I'm very confused as to what we're looking at here. But it looks like I can see on both sides of that. Oh, okay, so those look like weights. That's a crate, that's a crate. Some sort of pulley system here. These are stairs, and these are stairs. So if I'm looking here, I'm looking this way. So this is the big Kamaboko thing that we're talking about here. The half section of the mushroom. Nope, that's not it at all. This is a conveyor belt, so this is all being fed into something. Okay, so this is whatever the conveyor belt is feeding into. Some sort of machine here. Looks like there's something going on here. If we're looking at the Kamaboko thing here, that means it is on our left. That's this big thing here. Okay, so this thing in the middle is the Kamaboko. This is our big crab cake. Crab cake, fish cake. Crab cakes are different. Fish cake. Which means that all these crates and everything on our side are underneath the stairway here. Then if we're going this way a little bit more, now we're over here. This is where the pulley system is, okay? Which probably means that if I go back this way, we are now on the back side looking around it. Okay, so we have this section here. So we don't have to worry about anything that's over in this area. We're simply looking here, 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 and here. Or sorry, here and here. So we have 4 sections. We have 4 sections from what I can tell right now. Don't worry, this just helps me get an idea. So 1, 2. So we're looking this way 1. We're looking this way 2. We're looking this way 3. We're looking over here 4. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, I'm ready. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably where to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So, if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Okay. This pillar goes up towards the ceiling. Okay, we have a panel. Okay. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out what it does. Find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. My voice for him is not gonna be good. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean to think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Alright. Well, I'll have to find something. Let's look this way. Next. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 4 of these. Huh. I guess you know a lot more about boats, huh? You know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know? Is it? Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. There's a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Can we look at these? Okay. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, the steam engine might start working. It's certainly possible. Okay. Opening for fueling the furnace. Alright. So we know a little bit more. There's a barrel underneath the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. Oh, we can go up the stairs. Okay, good to know. We'll wait. Stairs to the upper floor. They're connected to the boiler. This huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in front of it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. Oh yeah, sure does. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. A golden gear. Doesn't look like it's always gold. It was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Probably doesn't work very well. Huge bronze gear. This has to be important. Rusty and sturdy, yep. And then let me guess, silver? Oh. Can I click on it? I might have to move further down. Silver. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's coated with silver. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. We're not thinking you'd haul this thing back. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? I mean, 7's pretty hefty, dude. Look, Ace. It's some kind of snowman secret meeting. What? Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Okay. It's clearly for something. Okay. Let's go up. Okay. These 2 columns are different from the others. The lights are red. The slider's down. Well, let's see if I can get this thing to go anywhere. Ugh, man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. So, looks like Santa could give it a shot. Ugh, damn it! Nothing. This thing won't budge. Sliders down. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one's up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we are meant to do something rather specific with them. Excuse me. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Alright, I feel like this has something to do with the gears. It could be easily gold, bronze, silver, right? Or the other way around. Can we continue up? We sure can. Wait, can I? Oh, is it? That's not what I wanted to do. How do I move here? There's several catwalks spidering across the walls of the room. I guess there's no going back, I guess, at the moment. We aren't going to get anywhere with the pile of boxes here. What the hell's in these things anyway? They're way too heavy to move. Well, the door is on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Oh god, there's so much going on in here. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes. Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Okay. So now we're on the conveyor belt side. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. Boy, this place is huge. I don't even know where to start. Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects the conveyor belt housing. Oh, so we could get, if we could get coal in there or get something to shift out of it, then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. I'm assuming B and C connect to the other side. I don't remember seeing a C door. I saw a B door. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Like the catwalk. Okay. Let's go through C door. There's a wooden box hanging beneath the catwalk. This is the pulley, right? There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from a winch. Looks like there's something in the box. Damn pile of boxes blocking my way. Okay. One of these great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. Okay, we know where June is now. Okay, and then if I go through B. Oh, so A and C were on the other side. B lets me look here. That's a hand-operated winch. It's a simple machine used to lift things up and down. You simply turn the wheel to pull the rope. We have an ad starting about 40 seconds. Junpei, why don't you turn the wheel? The wheel? Making me do all the work as I click. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Shit. We got the wheel. It's a wheel that seems to be part of the winch. There are some pegs on the back that look like they go into the holes on the winch. Okay. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Alright, let's see if I can get it back on. There's a couple of posts on the back of it that look like they fit into holes on the winch. Damn, no good. These little shafts are too small for the big hole. I'm terrible. Pardon me. I know. I know. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest. Shut up, Junpei. If that's the case, then that wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. Then that means... Oh, that means... I know who I was talking... Who it was. It's not a ladder. Yep, I know. And then the box. The sports... Yes. Okay. So we should be on the right side. Or the north. Looking at this. Okay, so June's under here. Alright. I see what they did there. Yep. My God. They were not very subtle about it either. Wait, all three of these are rusted shut. Okay. Have I seen anywhere... Why is this open? I guess to show me that it opens. Is there anywhere that... This is the door that we came through. Okay. Okay. There's a catwalk over there. Yeah, if by catwalk you mean narrow strip of metal. Junpei, are you brave enough to cross that? If you were to fall, you realize that broken bones would be the least of your problems. Several catwalks spidering across the walls of the room. Can I go over Am I allowed to go this way? I guess not. When there's this furnace, there's a C on it. Am I not allowed to go through that? Am I only allowed to go through A here? And then I can go through C on this side? Yeah, strangely. Wait, this is the other side though. Hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. It does. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good. I should be able to turn it now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see, the wooden box? It's under the catwalk. Can't you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Right, I'll turn the wheel. What's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left. That means we can't reel up the rope. Yeah. We can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat. Okay.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to the rest near the end of the tunnel covered by the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable. but he said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game.
Yeah, freaking this guy. Hello?
If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
It makes me so mad. If it turns out that Santa isn't Zero, that's fine. If he's just been brought into this and he's reacting. But, like, the fact that we're pretty certain he is, like, from what we've seen from the first ending we got, like, he's such a dick.
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just
Excuse me.
running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
Guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment?
Now we're in the experiment.
Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him, not Junpa.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Santa suddenly stopped. Is he going to start talking about the experiments now?
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There's a moment of silence and Santa posed the question. After Santa posed the question. And then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results.
Okay. This is exactly the same kind of thing when Lotus was talking about the fields. I forget what they're called at the moment, but she's talking about how there's an experiment where they were looking at the pictures and that the people who had seen the picture and could tell it was a dog, it was like that information got sent to another place and people were able to see the dog a lot sooner. Or like the experiment that Clover said that she and Snake were a part of, and how she was in one location, Snake was in another, and that the two groups had different things that they tried to do, where one group was giving the answers to the other group. This is essentially I feel like we're kind of going down that same path with this.
No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, They all easily found their way to Exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Okay. Control panel for something. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel? Does it have the things on the bottom? Sure does. I know where this goes. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes? Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it! Everything looks alright. See me, goodness gracious. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes. I think I just heard something turn on. Oh, what's that? What happened? Junpei, look. The conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Yeah. Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. It looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Cool. Coal, huh? Yep. Box filled with coal. A wooden box full of coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. I mean, I feel like there's many things we can do, but there's only one thing we need to do with this. There's a hole that let us put the coal into the furnace. Maybe we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into the cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's a gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then. If the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need a rest, so just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright. Time for some manly work. Alright, Junpei. Get over yourself. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. The manly work of carrying coal from one place to another. Rolls eyes. Man, this is a whole lot of work. Alright. I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Now how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? I think I know. Do I? We will find out. I know I don't care about the boxes. Is this? I think it might be. It probably is. Well, you can see it's all lit up now. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Gold, bronze, and silver. Oh, we've got some markings. The gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Let me look. Okay, we have a disc. Gold disc, yes. Okay, with some markings on it. There's the gold disc. It has a number of lines engraved on it. I can make out 3 colors here. Red, blue, and black. I wonder what they mean. Who knows? Okay, that was in the bottom right, correct? Sorry, bottom left. This is in the bottom right on the bronze. The bronze disc. It has a bunch of lines on it in 3 different colors: blue, red, blue, and black. Okay. And then this is in the top. It's even marked gold, bronze, silver. Silver disc. It has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? I guess so. Red ones, huh? They all kind of do. You're not wrong. Hey, Junpei, you remember the silver disc? Do you remember where it was when we found it? I think it was on the top. Why? Oh, nothing. Just thinking. Yeah? So? Why are you thinking? Pretty sure we found the silver disc on the top side of the weird indentation. Yes. Okay. Do I know of another place to put these? Hey, Junpei, what are you doing? It's hotter than hell in there. Okay, you make a good point. Did you already forget that we lit the furnace? Yeah, you're right. All right. Thank you for making a good point. Am I able to turn it off? I need moved. Okay. Cool. All right. You make a fair point, okay? What am I looking for here? What am I looking for? What is it I need to know? What am I missing? Did I forget something? Oh, I did not see this. Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put the 3 discs we found into that thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some sort of lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note that when the discs are switched, the angles for which the discs are reset. Okay. I see. Okay. There. Easy. The red lines on these discs, I think I can make a star or polygon with these. Hey. Alright. Big room. Few puzzles. Not a lot of puzzles in that room. Alright.
Yes! The door's open!
Before we go on, this is what's interesting to me, because we have novel, we have another escape room, clearly, and then another novel area before we go into this. But is this an escape room? Interesting. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness is certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
He sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent.
All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
Gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June. This room, for some reason, gives a very strong, like, Resident Evil vibe. I think this is the kind of room you would find in a Resident Evil game.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. June, don't be suspicious, please. Part of me still wants to believe that you are good. And I don't want to suspect you for anything. But I suspect everyone. I agree, it is Ferrari. Yeah, it's just got a vibe, you know? Just got that vibe. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure he reached out, put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She's feeling far less warm than she had earlier. But she still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy.
A warrior?
Oops, I mean, warrior.
June giggled. She did that before too, but he wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hand and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way, they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. Is he seeing the other pieces of paper that Junpei had written the numbers on? Because Junpei, we didn't see it this time around, because Junpei chose the door that he had put on his original piece of paper. But he had also set it up so that he had a number 1 note and a number 2 to switch out if he changed his mind. Which we didn't use this time, so I wonder if he dropped
It's a
one.
photo. It's my sister.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Where's Ace? Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
Was. June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
June, she's probably dead, and you're not making it better. Santa didn't smile or laugh. Hey, B.
Hi.
How you doing?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. How's this sad man? He looks sad.
Yeah. He's also probably the mastermind. So, we're probably finding out some lore about him that makes reason to why he's doing what he's doing.
Santa didn't smile or laugh.
That's a weird sentence where you don't know.
So he didn't like Santa Claus?
No.
He went to the mall Santa and he was disappointed.
I realized way too late that seeing that sentence without the context probably doesn't make
Sounds
sense.
like he was disillusioned as a small child.
So, this guy is going by the code name Santa because
Okay.
the number on his watch is 3, and in Japan 3 is San.
Son.
So he,
Santa.
so he went with Santa.
Okay.
So, because he's like, that way you can connect 3 to me.
Did you know that I just learned this because in some of the Tamagotchis have 541 written on them. Did you know that's shorthand for go for it?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, because go.
Yeah.
Each Nissan one go.
Yeah.
Right, and then for, and then eat like each. It sounds kind of like
Yeah.
so. Go for it.
That's
go
fun.
for it is 541.
That's fun.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like when I started streaming Yakuza.
Yeah.
I had that one lady who was from Japan who kept coming in, and she would always put 741, and she's like, or maybe it was I might be wrong about the numbers,
Yakuza. Was it like
but
Yakuza?
she's like, do you understand 741? I was like, no, I don't get it. She's like, Yakuza. I was like, it had to be 9.
Yeah.
9 had to be one of them because ku.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, but yeah, she was putting numbers to basically be like Yakuza, and I was like,
That's
oh,
so
fun.
cool. I love that.
So, I'm actually thinking of taking a break in a moment to go to the bathroom and
Good.
stuff. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing alright.
You just checking on me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Love you.
Love you.
Have fun. Bye, Shireen.
Bye. Love you. Just so you know, we have an ad starting in about 1:30.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Ah! Alright, well now this is weird.
Wait, what?
We were making jokes about it being Santa, but now... His sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea that's what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids, so I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say.
Huh.
June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before, in the few hours they had known each other. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort.
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
There's nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back into his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There's nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through the door. They didn't say anything about a door, they just said walk through. That's fine. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It took roughly 3 seconds, because most players can move 30 feet per turn, and each turn is 6 seconds long. D&D joke, don't worry about it. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. Stupid D&D joke in the middle of this like downtrodden moment. A new room stretched out before them. All right, looks like we have storage bay, possibly.
Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their surroundings, their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Seek a way out. See, I knew it this time. Alright, we're in the cargo room. Looks like we have maybe an elevator here. We've got a bunch of different things with numbers. Oh, no. This is what happened last time I got sort of close to this point. And I thought it was going to be the Danganronpa music. It had that same It's fine. Hey Luke, how's it going? Hey Luke, I know it was yesterday, but happy birthday. OMG, nuff nuff nuff. It's nuff nuff nuff. We have some It's today. Happy birthday today. Even better. I'm glad that I'm on time then. Hello, happy birthday. Everybody, if you're able to, if you're here and you're listening, give Luke a happy birthday. You're on time. Yeah, I'm on time. Only by a couple hours. We should, is it tomorrow? No, it's next. I don't remember. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying things now. It's today. That's all that matters. This might be an elevator. This could be the exit, maybe. We have boxes that are strapped down. We have some loose ones. Looks like these are buoys? Are these some sort of buoys? Or are these more sandbags? This is the rope. This looks like a fenced off area. With 4 wooden boxes, 3 metal ones, and some sort of pad here. Is this a coffin? Another coffin? And we have numbers. Looks like something metal here, more things strapped down. I want to look at that coffin. That's a coffin. Before anything else. Chumpy, look at that crate over there. There's something on it, isn't there? Yeah, looks like a coffin. A coffin? Yeah, seems kind of weird to find a coffin here, right? As if you're telling us search here. Yay. Okay. Oh, stairs. Okay, so not elevator, we have stairs. These all look like possibly sandbags. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Oh. Huh? Ah! Thank you for the 100 needles, Tora. Freaking 100 needles seen me when I'm looking at freaking Snake on a card. What the hell is happening? Oh. There we go. I fixed it. I was going to go to the bathroom before I continued this room, but then I saw the coffin. A card with Snake's face printed on it. Okay. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to run to the... I say 2 minutes, let's be honest. Whenever I say 2 minutes, there's always a chance it's going to be a little bit longer. I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then we're going to come back and figure out what's going on here. Because the fact that there's a coffin in this room, I've already got questions. And then picking up this card, I'm like, what the F? This man's supposed to be dead. I did a little quotation marks because obviously we know that he's not dead. But who knows what the heck's going on. So yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to do my bathroom thing that I'm talking about. And then we'll figure out what's going on with this freaking room over here that's going on. I'm going to stop talking. I'll be right back. See you soon. I don't know. No! No, don't eat it. Just teleport it in. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Ugh. All right, we're getting situated. We're looking at this freaking picture of Snake for some reason. Hello, Mist. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying your popcorn. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Anyway, we're looking at this. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot. Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose it could possibly serve. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. Okay. Oh, we have an ace card. Card with a headshot. Card with the ace's face printed on it. Card with a headshot. Card with Clover's face printed on it. Alright, this is starting to get very weird. Okay. Card with Seven's face printed on it. If this is supposed to be a trading card, it's not a very good one. Yeah, it's not a great shot. He looks a little weird, eh? It's the same scars and everything, but his mouth is a little weird. He's still got the tired eyes, but it's strange. See me. We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. we have 2 more. Card with Junpei's face. Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. It looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple. Not at all. Not in any way. Poor Junpei. Card with a headshot. June's. This must be. Oh, no. Don't look at it. I'm not cute at all in this... I am not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic. And I don't look sexy either. Okay, whoa. Next Clover, my skin looks gross. And I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can. So please, don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. But wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? That was very weird. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. Nope. Santa. Man, the guy on this card is one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Shit. Goodness. I got through that sentence eventually. Okay, there's 9. This guy. This card is the 9th man on it. He's the first victim of the nunnery game. Actually, come to think of it, he was acting pretty weird. I wonder what his deal was. Okay. Where's Lotus? These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Thank you for hydrate. Thank you very much, Taora, for the hydrate. Don't know where the accent came from. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. I don't understand, but that's fine. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. Box, there's nothing inside. Making sure he needs to pee again, I see. Oh boy. The fact that we don't have Lotus and there's a coffin up here upsets me. But if Lotus, they are triplets. They are. They're just a little triplet gang. The crate triplets. Did you know that it said that? Thank you for the needles, D-Man. That's pretty funny. Yes. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the door we're leaving out of? This is the only door here, except for the one we came in through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course, it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just the keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open the door, we've got to find the key that fits the keyhole. Yeah. Okay. There's several lights with numbers 1 to 9. Only light with a 9 on it is lit. Well, there's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? Maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. This looks like it's covering something. Looks like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, I'd like to know that. Maybe a key? Monitor's off. I've got a green switch here, and a red one, and some kind of lever. None of them seem to be doing anything, though. Maybe the power's off. Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom, though. That means that we need to do something about it. Okay, we literally do not have Lotus's card, and it's frustrating. But I think I know how this works. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards? Oh, there we go. Okay, we have Lotus's card. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. Says the pot to the kettle.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and...
Oh, I see.
And so on.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. Did Ace just pass out? He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. June, you gotta stop doing this to us.
June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun around back to Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright?
Just
Put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
I want to do it. He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out as he ran, to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine.
I just passed out. It's all right.
I just tripped.
Oh.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she had been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
All right, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
That's a weird thing to say. I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy. How does he know? How does he know that Ace could do anything for that?
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Huh?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil.
How does he know
I've heard
this?
of that before somewhere.
How would he know this if he was just a dude stuck in this? Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is.
Is that what was used to knock us out?
It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
This guy's wearing a watch.
A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Yeah. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, Seven, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
Good night, Lord Gav. Take care, Mist. I hope you have a good night. Get some good rest. He gave them both a short nod and turned and headed toward Ace. I hope you have a good sleep, Mist.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned and looked at him, his face pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
Is the man going to pass out on us? He'll do good.
What
Good.
can't you see well?
These pictures.
See any glasses? Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. That's definitely a red herring, I think. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Gav, that emote made me think if I poked your eyes, I would never do, by the way. I like the reassurance. Would my eyes go through the holes? Your fingers, you mean? Do you have inner eyes in the cactus void? Oh. I think your fingers would just go in my eye holes. I don't know, how far would you have to poke to hit my eyes? Do I have inner eyes? I like to think of it as just the eye holes are there and my consciousness is able to use them as eyes. So if you tried to poke them, your fingers would just go into the void and hit nothing, but I'd still see through, you know? Does that make sense? It's like my consciousness uses the mouth to create sounds, but do I have anything in my mouth? I don't know. I probably still eat. Like a ghost Pokemon. Yeah! Oh! Am I a ghost grass type? Would you see my fingers on both sides of the holes? Oh! I don't know. Now I'm curious. How am I curious about something? Like that. It's official, Gav is a haunted cactus. Hey, I'm fine with that. I mean, I do have this glow around me. Ghost grass, I like it, yeah. Alright, well, somehow I just became a ghost grass type. I mean, we still have questions about whether I have legs in the pot. Am I legless? Do I have root legs? Do I have big muscle legs? Do I have tiny little ones? Who knows? You're so pumpkaboo coated. A little bit, eh? I guess so. I'm just a sweet little succulent. What can I say? Not much I can say about it. That's so true. Yeah, well, you know, I'm fine with that. Pumpkaboo's a cool Pokemon. I'm cool with that. I'm down for it. Gorgeist? Adatronosaurus Rex? Oh no. Poor Luke. Burb. Oh, back. Wow. That was incredibly fast. That was the shortest break ever. How'd you do it, Luke? Incredible. You were gone and then you're back. I could simply look at the cards, tire them out. Freaking Sonic. Yeah. I mean, Return of Sorcerer Rex. Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear, and each person was easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
He has face blindness.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours.
It's all coming together. It's all freaking
So
coming
they can't
together.
remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other.
I might stream again tomorrow.
That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
I think I might be streaming tomorrow, y'all.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Her boobs. Yeah, I know. They very much put those up. What would you stream? I'd absolutely be streaming this. Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt he was depressing. He was a depressing and painful experience. It was a depressing and painful experience. Game has got you hooked, and I'm so happy about that. I'm super hooked. You don't even know. I mean, you do know because you've been here from the beginning, but you don't even know. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting himself on the shoulder and telling him everything would be all right. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be all right would help that much. That should have been like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be all right. Everything would be all right should have been in quotation marks. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. I want to be friends with Ace, okay? Since the beginning of the game, not once have I suspected Ace of anything. And I feel like the fact that Santa brought up the fact that he's the president of a pharmaceutical company and probably uses Soberil, like the Soberil was probably used as the drug to knock us out and bring us here. I think that's just a big red flag. I think the fact that his company even produces Soberil has nothing to do with anything other than somebody was able to acquire it. Maybe he was the one who sold it out to them. Who knows? But there's no guarantee that he had involvement. But it does explain why he's here. Maybe because the Soberil connects him. It gives reason for him to be here. The experiments connect Clover and Snake. Possibly the captain, quote unquote, Zero. Santa talked about his sister. Hasn't really explained why he's connected yet. Lotus almost seems connected because of the coffin, but now also the experiments, because she's brought up literally the same sort of style of information. I guess Santa did too, but there's still like a big disconnect with him, where it's almost as though what is that I'm trying to say? It's almost as though Lotus was connected to the same experiments that Clover and Snake were a part of, but on the other side of it. Like, running it almost. So who knows? Oh, okay. Thank you, Masuri Bot. I don't know why. I guess that we disconnected and reconnected. I do like that it told me. That's good.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, turn back towards the boxes. Boss Gazback, yeah, just spoke me in the back, the inside of my back. Maybe they act like item boxes in isekai animes. Oh,
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
maybe. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1. Snake's is in number 2.
Let me do it.
I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
Junpei, you suck. You solved the puzzle for me. All 9 lids popped open at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
He peered inside.
What
Empty. Each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
Okay. Possibilities. Okay, I sleep now. Enjoy the novel. Good night, miss. Take care. Get a good rest. They looked a little like sewing pins, but not much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There are 9 of them in total, but they have numbers on them that run 1 to 9. Alright. Pardon me. Excuse me. Alright. Now, are we trying to... There's 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on top, on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put 2, 4, and 6 on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. Okay, 2, 4, and 6, right? Can I not? You suck. 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, 7. I'm gonna write this down. I'm sure it's about to tell me what's going on, but... You think maybe it's a digital root? The digital root. 2, 4, and 6 equals 12. I knew they were going to tell me. I still wrote it down, but still. Digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turned on. 3, 5, and 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light light 6 turned on. Makes sense, right? I see. Lights that match the digital root of the inserted pins on the top and lower part will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, he'd put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on top, and the 6, 7, 8 pin on the bottom. Oh. He turned off. 6, 7, and 8 equal 21. Digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turned off. 1, 2 plus 3 equals 6. Digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turned off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number of the lights that are lit, those lights turned off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? We gotta turn them all on, baby. Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes. Then pick one of the pins in your hands and insert them into the holes. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights will, with the numbers that correspond to the digital root of the pins in the upper and lower parts, will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to the light that is already on, that light will be turned off. The goal is to turn all the lights on. Alright, let's do it. Giggity. Oh, Luke, you missed it earlier when we were talking about how a winch connects. They were talking about how the holes on the winch didn't line up with the holes where it should connect because it was too big. and it's all very suggestive in the way that it was presented. And I also admit that I am a child, and I immediately go there when that kind of stuff is presented to me. But it was also done very purposely, because the game mentioned a hot dog being tossed down the hallway, and I was like, well, do you know how often that's used inappropriately? Okay, so we know 1, 2, and 3 equals 6. And we know that 6, 7, 8 is 3. So as long as each time we're doing something different, one, 3, and 5 is 9. We don't want that. 6, 8, 9 is 5. Okay, 6, 8, 9 is 5. 1, 3, 4 is 8. I'm writing these down, by the way. I'm just making sure that we get one of each number. 1, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 8, 7. 1, 8, 7 works. 1, 7, 8 is 7. 6, 3, 4 is 4. Perfect. So I have to get numbers 1 to 8. So I currently have 8, 5, 3, 6, 4, and 7. So I just need a 1 and a 2. That's all that's left. I'm just spamming because I'm terrible at math. Hi, B. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Hey, Harb. How's it going? Welcome in. How you doing? Robbie says hello, Harb. Okay, let's start using numbers here. Let's actually do some math. 6 plus 6 is 12. How do you make 6? 1 plus 5 is 6. That makes 13. Okay, that's how we were going to do this. I will let Robbie know that you say hi, Luke. Okay, so if we want 11, we need to make 10. Oh, don't worry, I'll let Robbie know everybody says hi. Hope you're having a lovely night. I'm having a pretty good night. How are you doing, Harp? 2, 3, 5. It's 1. And then we need 11, right? What's 5 plus 6, right? Oh. I need to do 5 plus 6. That gets to 11. But if I do that, I can't do 2, 3, 5. Which means I'll have to do a different number. Oh! Black Sword TTV, welcome in. It's the only kind of dance I can do. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? My friend is super sleepy. Oh no, your friend is super sleepy. Who's your friend? And tell them I hope they have good sleep. Oh, hold on a second. Juniper. Oh my God. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? EP friend Raider. Welcome in. Hello. Let me give you a quick shout out. Yes, I was live for 10 hours. Holy crap. That is EP friend. Okay, I see. It makes sense now. Well, let me give you a quick shout out. Hello. Oh my God, I'm so bad at this. There we go. Welcome in. I'm doing the double shout outs lately because I like to also get some info on what you've been doing. You're playing Dead by Daylight, of course. I hope you had good Dead by Daylights. I hope things were getting hairy but like manageable. You know what I mean? I just got home from I just got home from drag show I solely produced and hosted and also had 2 numbers in. Oh, hell yes, Juniper. That's so cool. It was great, and we had 57 people. That's freaking awesome. Yes, I did Warframe, Dead by Daylight, and finished with Alien Isolation. It's his birthday day, so we had a birthday stream a day early. Well, Blacksword, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. I hope that your birthday stream went well. Luke Tyrannosaurus Rex in the chat right now, also having a birthday. See, it's his birthday too. I hope y'all are having good birthdays. Yes, nice. Your birthday twins. Is it like an important birthday? Is it just another birthday? Like, is it a big number for you? You don't have to tell me how old you are. That's not what I'm asking. I'm like, I just want to know, is like, this an important number? Is this just a number? Or you just, were you just wanted to do something fun for your birthday? Aw, that's so nice. Well, if you're coming in with the raid and you don't know who I am, my name is Gav Cactus. I'm Cactus who likes to play games. Also, recently discovered I might be a ghost grass type Pokemon. We don't know. We're all just we're figuring it out for the first time. We're currently playing some Zero Escape. Hold on. I say it differently each time, so I've been trying to be good about making sure to check that I say this the right way each time. We are playing 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors in Zero Escape, 999. I love math. You do. You absolutely do. You're so good at it. I think you might be, I could see, yeah, I think you might be, but is this your final form? I don't know. Okay, I have to go to bed. Good stream. Yes. Anybody else who's coming in with the raid, if you need to raid and run, you need to go get some sleep, have a snack, take it easy. Whatever you need to do, please don't hesitate to do so. If you'd like to stick around and hang out while we figure out this puzzle, we'd love to have you. I'm pretty much finishing up this room and then calling it a night, maybe, depending on how quickly we get closer to the end. But we'll see. Makes sense that a game involving 9s has a digital root stuff. I believe you. I only learned about the digital root stuff through this game. So I guess if that makes sense, that makes sense. We're currently just trying to figure out all the possible digital routes that we could do for 3 pins. And I'm trying to come up with a way that makes sense to get all of the different numbers, but also realize that it's limiting us to what we can do. So, because of this, I now have to figure out how to pair up all these numbers in a way that makes sense. 3 is in a lot of them. I have 5 that have 3 in them, and I have 4. Wait. No, I have 5 that have 3 in them and 3 that don't. I need to have 4 that don't have 3 in them. Because if I have 4 that don't have 3 and 4 that do have 3, then I have enough to get through. So what else equals 11? 9 plus 2, right? Okay. So let's say 8, 9. There we go. So 8, 1, 2. That's a way to do it. There's another way. That takes away one of our 3s. 1, 2, 8. Now, provided we have 1, 2, 3 with 2 in them, we now have 4 with 8. Okay, so this kind of works. Now I just have to see how to do this in a way that makes sense, where each of the different numbers I put together will not be including another one. So I'm going to put, let's say, 1, 2, 3, and 6, 7, 8 can go together. Um, 1, 2, 8 quick. 1, 2, 8. And 6, 3, 4 can go together. Okay. 1, 2, 8 and 6, 3, 4 can go together. Let me mark these. 2, 3, 5 and 1, 7, 8 can go together. And then 6, 8, 9 and 1, 3, 4 can go together. And that should give us enough different ways to put these pins in and answer the questions that we have here. Alright, I should be able to do this. Hi Axel, how you doing? Alright, 1. Oh, do I have to drag them? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Alright. 1, 2. Thank you for hydrate. I might have broken a thing. Oh, what kind of thing? Thank you for hydrate. Oh, big stretch. 6, 3, 4. 2, 3, 5. 1, 7, 8. And finally 6, 8, 9, 1, 3, 4. There we go. You might have bought a thing. You bought a thing. What'd you buy? You might have bought a thing. What did you buy? Tell me what you bought. All the lights are on and the shutters opened up. There's an F. I was feeling extra cute on Discord. Oh, did you do it? I'm gonna look. Oh, did you send it to me? You sent it to me. I did it. Excuse me. I love that all you said is I did it. That's so funny. Are you gonna show it to me when you put it together? I got the feed frame. Yeah. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, you gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we've got 9 holes. And there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. I don't think we need to insert 9 pins at all. Morning, Angel. How you doing? Welcome in. Well, why don't you just try it, all right? No, I don't want to. I think that it has to do with the boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No? You think this F means 15? 15. Yeah, 15 is the base, is base 10, is F and hex, right? You're right. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Alright, let's give it one more shot. Really? Is it really that simple? Okay, Lurking Wolves play rivals. Nice. F is the 6th letter in the alphabet. It is. I hope you're having good rival matches. Oh boy. Is this one of those situations where I think this is a situation where every row, every diagonal, every column has to equal 9. Or no, I guess equal 15? Here, I'm gonna do this again. We're gonna see what Santa says. Like F, 15. Alright. Okay, so everything equals 15. Well, 9 in the middle, right? So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you need 6 each time. Then that doesn't make sense. We doing my dailies and rivals tomorrow later today, I guess. Hey, fair. Alright. Let's see here. If each number needs to equal 15 in every direction, then we need to have a number in the middle that can connect to each of them. That would mean that no matter what direction we're going, on these 3 would all have to match up to 15. These 3 need to match 15. Then everything going this way would match 15. Okay, so the plus and the cross would also have to match 15. I think I have cracked the code. I do not doubt it. Okay, so if you have 9, you need 6 to get to 15. Let's go through each number here real quick. Each thing is going to have to be 3. So if you have a 1, you need 14 to get to 15. If you have 2, 13, 3, 12, 4, 11, 10. This is just helping me. I'm working it out in my brain. Best way I know how. Okay, so for each one, I don't know where did that accent come from. For each one, 1 needs 14 more, 2 needs 13, 3 needs 12, 4 needs 11, 5 needs 10, 6 needs 9, 7 needs 8, 8 needs 7, 9 needs 6. So, as long as I can equal out the other parts, that's fine. So, if I want to get from 1 to 14 in 2 numbers, what 2 numbers equal up to 14? Can I use my calculator here? Sure can. I want to use calculator. Okay, what 2 numbers equal up to 15? Nope. Oh boy, that was a mess. 9 plus 8 equals what? 17. Way too far. 9 plus 6 equals... Nope, I did it again. 9 plus 6 equals 15, right? So then it would be 9 plus 5. 9 plus 5 equals 14. Now, I gotta find a game to play. Play a game. What game do you want to play? That's the question. So if I were to do 1... Ooh. 159. Right. Now getting the calculator out on my phone so I don't have to go back to that. And I can add numbers together on my phone. Because I only need 10 to get... Oh. That might be a lot harder than I think. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry to see how this is complicated. I need 7 more to get here, which would be 4 and 3. But then I would need 3 to get to here. This would need to get 3 more to get to 15. What if I do... Because then I would need 2 more, right? Is that right? And then 7 would go in the middle? I don't think so. Did I do it? Now I have to do all my math. Hold on. No. 1 plus 7 plus 4 does not equal 15. Neither does 8 plus 7 plus 9. That's crazy. That's 24. Okay, so... But 6, 7, 2 works, right? 6 plus 7 plus 2 is 15. Okay. So we got a couple things that are working. 5 plus 7 plus 3 is definitely 15, because that's 10. 9 plus 2 plus 4 equals 15. Okay. 1 plus 6 plus 8 equals 15. So what if we were to move... 2 plus 3 plus 4. Okay. And then I know 9 plus 5 plus 1. Okay. But 6 plus 8 plus 1, right? That works. The only thing that doesn't work is is 6, 7, wait. It's 8, 7, 9. Is it just 8, 7, 9 that doesn't work? Eight plus 7 equals 15. It's literally just the 9 that doesn't make sense. 1, 7, 4 doesn't. Okay. That's 12. Okay. I have to move this in a way... Oh my god, this is frustrating. I just need to find the... 'Kay. I want to try this again. Because... Does that make sense? Let's use 5 as a basis. Because 9, 5, 1 equals 15, right? What else equals 15? 5 plus 1 plus 9 is 15. Okay, 5 plus 2, 7. What do I need to get there? I need 8. Okay, so 8. So, oh. 5 is my basis. 1 plus 9 equals 15. If we're including 5 in every single situation here. 1 plus 9 equals 15. 2 plus 8 equals 15. 7 plus 3 equals 15. 4 plus 6 equals 15. But then I need to figure out what equals 15 outside of that, right? So here, 1 plus 9 equals 15. 2 plus... That's not gonna work. If 1 plus 5 plus 9 equals 15, what other numbers can I do to get to 15 with a 1? 8 is in a different row, so 8 and 2 are in a different row. 1 plus 8 equals 9, and then to get to 9, or to get to 15, I would need 6. And 6 and 4 are in a different row. Okay. Can 9 and 6 be on the same row then? Or should they be separate? I feel like I'm closer than ever, but further away than I've ever been before. If 1 and 9 are across from each other, I have 1, 8, and 6 equal 15. But 9 is on the end. What if instead 1 was on a middle section and 9 was on a middle section? That gives me a little bit more room to work on the sides, because they're going to be relying on something other than the corners, right? So then I could put a 6 here. And the 8 could go here, because that's 15. All right, and then 8 plus 5 plus 2. Okay, 6, 7, 8. And then I would need a 7 here. Right, that's 15. And then if I'm doing that 5 plus 7, that would be 12. I would need a 3. 8 plus 3 plus 4 is 15. Booyah! I feel big brain and stupid all at the same time. Oh my god, my brain hurts. I felt like I had no idea what I was talking about, but also I felt like I was figuring it out. Thank you, Sarah, for the quick math to help me understand where the other hole was. I appreciate it. Ay. There we go. All pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it. The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Thank you. Too early in the morning for such math. No joke. We're not even hitting midnight yet.
Great job, Gavin.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My brain felt like it was blowing up inside of my head. That is the most math you will ever see me do. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on top. I've seen that puzzle before, but I've never taken the time to pay attention to it and really figure it out. So this is the first time I've sat down and tried to solve it myself. Boy. Oh, thank you for the needles. Thank you. Is this acupuncture for my brain? Thank you. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what they do. I think this might help. What? What the hell is this? Where did you find this? Where did he find this? What is that? Yes, absolutely. Thank you. What is that? Where did you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing at? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with it? With the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin on top of the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? Push it real good. Push it. Ooh, ah. Push it. I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. All right. How do you think we're going to get there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe we make a path to the coffin from there. How would we do that? Line up the crates. The crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Do you notice how he's like, hey, you see how Zero has set up the thing that you want over there? Don't we want that coffee? Thank you for leading me, Zero. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using its energy too fast, it's been programmed so it only starts moving once its path has been completely programmed in. All right, I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to your file screen. Instructions for a machine called the Pushmaster 5000. Santa found them in the cargo room. In order to prolong battery life, it is advised that you first simulate your action before carrying them out. Pull the lever to begin simulation. Oops. You can move in 4 directions. You cannot move diagonally. If the Pushmaster 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. Cannot lift heavy objects. Reset, re-input, command, back, quick command, lever, start command. Okay. Monitor shows a top-down view of the area we can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Okay. This reset button, it allows me to start over again. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. It's the reset return button, allows me to quick command. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Alright, let's give it a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? Battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also keep in mind the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Pull the lever, Kronk. Pull the lever! Ooh, push it, yeah. There we go. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Okay. Oh my god. This looks like the crate puzzles from Deadly Premonition. And I can't move the metal crates. My only concern is that moving these against the wall is going to make it so I can't get on the other side of it and push it. This is already here. I need to get these all here. Moving this up blocks me from doing anything else until I move this over. Although I can always push them back. Alright. Cool. Alright, I think I have a better idea of what I want to do. Can I use this? No. I did not mean to do that. I'm making way too many moves. I'm making way too many unnecessary movements. That was dumb. Well, that was silly too. Busy out in the streets right now, apparently. Ooh, maybe I want to move it up instead. Because I would only need one box here and then I can push the rest in. Okay, I think that makes more sense. Ooh, if that's... No, because then I would just have to do the same thing in reverse. Never mind. I was gonna... I should have moved that one down. Do I have enough moves to do this still? I don't think so. No, I should have moved it down. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See? It's moving already. Awesome. The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great. Now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb the crates over by the fence. Yep.
Mummy!
Oh.
Just kidding.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay, okay.
A small key and...
The gun. We know what that gun's used for.
a gun?
Take it, Junpei.
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
This thing is... Are these real bullets? Oh, if this is real... Oh.
Take it, Junpei.
You're not gonna take it?
Don't let Santa take it.
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Rusty key. Maybe I can use this. Alright. Let's just put this key in here and yes! Sounds like that did it. Yay! Looks like it opened, Jumpy. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Yes, it's opening. Oh man, Santa took it. We know he takes it in the other path. Did he take it this
A
time?
long hallway, huh?
I'm gonna go through this section, and then I think we're gonna call it. So it means we're gonna finish this path tomorrow, if I stream, which I probably will. So
Let's check it out.
I would like to spend a little bit of time with Robbie. I didn't really get a chance to today, so I
We've
wanna make
seen
sure I
this
spend some
elevator
time with him.
before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah. It works.
I feel like Santa's doing a lot of
think so.
leading right now. He did a lot of leading in that last room. He pointed out where the pins go. He pointed out how they make 15. He pointed out how the Pushmaster works. He pointed out that we should just push the button on the door. He is doing all the leading at the moment.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go. Looks like it ends here.
Only one door.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
All right, let's open it.
And we find the 9 doors and the coffin.
The 9 door.
One of them.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
How are we doing here? Okay. I'm just checking.
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why? It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one? Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it. Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found.
Seek a door that carries 9.
Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was.
But now 9 and 2 are dead. At least we believe that to be true.
There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
If Snake was still alive, though, which we know he is, then we'd still all be able to escape.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
Huh? Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now? No, we gotta go back.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Oh my lord. Junpei, sometimes you're so reasonable, and other times you're just a douche.
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh?
Well, thanks, Luke.
Oh, right.
Is he losing it?
You guys.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Okay, so then what reason did Santa have to hold a gun to June's head and make sure that it was him, Ace, and Lotus that went through with June?
But even with all 7 of us...
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree?
If Ace is the president of a pharmaceutical company, Lotus probably has something to do with the experiments. What does June have? Why is June important? Why do those 3 need to join him?
Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
We have an ad happening in about 50 seconds, just so you
I guess
know.
you're right.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Come to think of it, what is this room? We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around. Huh.
Just seeing where we're
Looks
at.
like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
A funeral.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
I still think 2's in there. I think Snake is inside that coffin. The coffin. I'm pretty sure Snake is inside the coffin. Why or how?
Look,
I don't know. But okay, we're here. So we know what this is.
7 and Lotus.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
Oh no. Okay, this is worse.
What? What do you mean, gone? When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Obviously, we didn't find her. We figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
she's not here.
No, she isn't.
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Boy, this is...
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
The smell is horrible. Let's check the back, just to be sure. No, she's not here. Snake. Just where did your sister go? Ugh, such a horrible way to go.
It's not
Skull
Snake.
shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
We know for a fact that it's not Snake.
Wait,
Thank you, Junpei.
bones.
Thank you. Thank you, Junpei.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Thank you.
Of course! Why didn't I realize it earlier?
I'm wondering if it's just, it is his arm, they just took the bones out.
Jumpy?
Maybe they put metal rods or something?
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Because we have no reason to think it's prosthetic at this point. We just assume that it's not a normal arm.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
Did something happen?
Clover is dead.
What?
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
What the hell? Did she hang herself? I mean, that's definitely her. Did we? Okay. Is this necessary right here? Did we need to do this? Is this necessary? Is this necessary?
Clover. Clover.
Don't mind me calling out people who make these games.
Why? Why did this happen? Clover. No way. Let's get out of here, June.
Why the first class bathroom?
Are you all right?
Yes. I think so.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin. Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Seven. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock.
Well, I at least for me, it was more that there was a safe that we hadn't opened yet.
So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Oh,
Well,
boy.
I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud. Follow me.
A closet?
Yeah. This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah. Figured it wouldn't open. Huh? This is... rust. If there's rust here, that means... has someone opened the safe?
Huh?
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover. Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Ugh. Oh, the hell? This smell is... Oh.
Oh. Did you step in something, or are you digging?
Wait, it's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
What?
But why?
Oh, man.
Where'd Junpei go? Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Yeah.
Did you find something?
No, nothing. What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it? Clover. What was it you wanted to show me?
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
What?
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What? I'm opening it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. And now truth is asleep in the darkness of a sinister hand. Okay.
A code.
Sinister hand means... the left hand is the one closest to the heart, so the right hand.
No, that's not right.
What?
In heraldry, the term sinister was used to refer to the left side of a coat of arms.
Okay, sorry.
Or more accurately, it referred to things on the left side of a bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean? Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face.
Buttons.
Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone.
Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Thank you, Misaki. Hello. I will give you a shout out. I'm here. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me fix. Thank you for the 1,000 needles. How's it going? Final Fantasy. Oh, you were playing World of Final Fantasy. Fun. I hope you had good times with it. You have a good stream, Misaki? Welcome in, Niwo. How's it going? Luke, hello again. Thank you for being here. Hello. Good morning. Yeah, absolutely. I caught a Cactuar Johnny tonight. Sweet. Good job. Gotta have your little cactus friend. I'm alive. Fair. Welcome in, Raiders. To those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Gav Cactus. I'm a cactus who likes to play games. I'm a variety streamer and artist here on Twitch. We're currently playing Zero Escape, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. And we are, at the moment, in a very intense scene. if you are ever interested in playing Zero Escape, or you are playing it and you don't want any spoilers, I'm going to let you know right now, we are in huge spoiler territory. We are on our second path right now and moving through close to the end of one of our paths. I don't think we're going to see the ending tonight, even though we're pretty close. But we are in a moment of like something very like intense has happened. So just so you're aware, if you're coming in with any knowledge of Zero Escape or avoiding spoilers, now's the time to dip. I totally understand if you want to avoid them. To anybody who is coming in with the raid, if you need to raid and run, you need to go for a walk, take a little rest, have a snack, whatever you need to do, please don't hesitate to do so. But if you'd like to stick around while we get through the last few minutes of the stream, figuring out what is going on with what has happened, I'm going to give you 5 more seconds before I reveal the spoiler. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have found a body, and we are investigating it and trying to figure out what is going on and why this person has died, or what has led to their death. And we're doing a little investigating at the moment while trying to solve another puzzle, because it is a weird situation. But thank you so much for the raid, Misaki. I hope Cactuar Johnny is awesome. I don't know very much about World of Final Fantasy other than what I've seen Misaki play, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, it's true. Oh my god, we're not going to get to finish the trial for so long. It's a good trial. I'm going to tell you right now, the first trial of V3 is a doozy. I'm so excited to go through it. All right.
Truth
I'm
gone.
going to keep going. I'm hoping to spend some time with Robbie tonight, so I'm trying to get through this part, but it's also very intense. Truth. So if the truth is gone, the sinister hand is on the left. There's left and right buttons on the watches. The truth had gone, the truth had gone, the truth had gone, and now the truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. I'm just wondering, because we know that the left arm on Snake is not... There's no way that the body that we found is Snake, because there's a bone protruding from the left arm. So we know for a fact that that's not the truth, which is what I'm curious about here. Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words. How about reading it out loud? Truth gone, truth gone, truth gone, truth gone, truth gone, truth gone, truth gone. How about switching the sentence around? Gone had truth. What else could gone and truth mean? How about reading them backwards? Gone had truth, gone had truth. Gone had truth, and gone had truth, gone had truth. Switching the sentences around. And truth had gone. Well, hold on. Now, truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. Truth had gone, and truth had gone.
Maybe there's something about how they sound out loud. Truth. Gone. Nope. They sounded the same in my head.
Good idea.
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct. Something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Right had left, and right had left. And now, right is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
The left and right of the bracelet. These 2 things sticking out.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
So if I...
Right, left, right, left. Hold on. Truth had gone, right, left. Truth had gone, right, left. Truth had gone, right, left.
Wait, did it just...
It changed the number.
One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Don't mind me writing down numbers. That might be the code to the safe. Or it could be the code to the coffin.
Hey, what are those numbers?
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
This is how I remember
3,
things.
8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1 to the right, 4 to the left. And... Oh. Bingo. I knew it was for this. Oh, is this some sort of note? Let's see.
Fact 1. The Nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. That was the one that Snake and Clover were in. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO. Ace. Jintaro Hongu. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff. Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor. Tsuruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals. I have Niwo here judging my pronunciation of these names. Kajichika Musashido. Kage Chika. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. Okay, so question. We know Snake and Clover were in the experiments. We know the CEO is Ace. Are the other 3 supposed to be people who are here? Lotus, 7, and I'm guessing 9? This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. Is Santa secretly one of them? And we're assuming that Santa is 0.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
We know that it can't be June because she's a Kane. We know her name.
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
That was what, of course, that was the medicine that Ace had taken to knock himself out as well.
What do you want to be sure of?
Just clued into
I
that.
want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Oh, man. I am going to be giving you all a huge apology. To anybody who has been following this game with me. This is probably the worst time to be saving and calling it a night. But I think if there's ever a time that I want to do it, this is it. Do I want to know who did this? 100%. Is it killing me inside to know that I'm stopping here and that there is not going to be... Thank you for cheese. There's not going to be a reveal right now? Absolutely. I can feel it dig in my skin. However, I think there's not a better time to leave it at a cliffhanger than right now. So I'm gonna save it here and go to the title screen and punish myself. But almost like assuredly come back to this tomorrow because I want to know more. But I also want to spend some time with my spouse, and I think what a time to do it. That was an angry cheese. I completely understand, Luke. I do not blame you. But I think this is a great time to take... I feel my skin burning. What time tomorrow? Probably in the evening. I'll probably do around 7:30. We'll see. Robbie is going to a thing tomorrow, but I'm also doing stuff in the morning for work because I have to take some notes for my team and get some stuff put together so I can do some one-on-ones with them next week. And because I did pretty much a week of getting onboarding done, I don't want to spend any more time prolonging stuff because it means that they don't have work to do. And if they don't have work to do, they don't get paid. And that's the last thing that I want to do to anyone on my team. I want to make sure that they can work. So that is my plan for this weekend. I will make sure to at least post on Discord tomorrow what time I'm going to be on. Tora, you know I'm just going to send you a message when I'm on, so you don't have to worry either. Hello, I'm back after laptop died, and now I got ramen. Are you wrapping up? I sure am. I'm just talking about how I'm leaving everything on a big cliffhanger, so... I mean, the other option is I could always send you an invite to the Discord if you're interested, Tora, but I'm also not going to push you to join it either, so there's also that. Cute, mindful, demure, Gav hates me. Oh! That's a lie. What are you talking about, Juniper? Get out of here with that. That's not a truth. Hold on, let me see here. I love Johnny. Thank you for stream. Thank you for all coming out to hang out. Here, let me switch over to just chatting. Oh my god. I'm so mad at myself right now. It's so stupid that I'm angry at me. Let me find someone to raid. Ooh. You know what? I got a gift sub for them today. I got a lot of gift subs today for some reason. I don't know why. I get a gift sub for them today. And I think maybe we'll go and check them out. It's somebody that I have been brought into stream with before. Somebody I'm learning more about all the time. I've been lurking once in a while, although the time is difficult because they have a tendency to stream relatively late, and I'm either streaming as well or off doing other things. Some of you know who they are. Sorry, I'm very bad at talking about it and also collecting the things I need to do the raid. Some of you know who they are, some of you don't. So we're gonna go in. They're doing art at the moment, so I think it's a good time to pop in, say hello. Feel free to throw some redeems at them. They have a lot, including many waffles, because we're gonna go check out the struggle for waffles. Make sure you send love over. Make sure you're kind and courteous like you are with me. Thank you so much, everybody who came to hang out. I appreciate it. It means a lot. If you are subbed to the channel, please use the sub raid message. If you're not, no big deal. Just use the normal raid message. It works the same. We are possibly coming back tomorrow. Also next week, boy, do I have a schedule. Things are gonna be very busy for me going forward for the next little bit. As you know, I have my normal job that I've been working. It's going to be pretty crazy for the next little bit because we are moving into a new store next week. But I'm also working my other job, which is a part-time job. It's 15 hours a week on top of my normal job. So I already have to try and make that all fit together. Does that mean that streams are going to be few or far between compared to normal? Yes, only for a little bit though. We may have a stream Monday and Tuesday, or Monday or Tuesday. I don't know yet. I'll do my best to keep people updated when I know, but we'll at least be on probably tomorrow night, continuing on with more Zero Escape. So please consider coming by and continuing to check that out. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I hope that you all take care and look after yourselves. I love you all. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.